Hi, infidels. I was about to not doing any other videos because I think it's useless. It's that everything which is planned in Mahadev's, which is already written into Mahadev, that is about to happen, that had to happen. But then I found that I'm still able to see something even after that, which attack that stopped my chakras. And she was really incredibly strong. I'm unable to, even me in the state in which I was, I'm unable to start them again because she's really mighty one. I don't want to say her name for the reasons that then you might be scared to go against her if you know who she is. But if you will think about the male demon Durga, that one which, when you cut him, his blood is spilled and he is like critters. He will make other selves from every spill of the blood. This witch is something like that. It's not easy to beat her. She looks really normally, like usually human. She's really good hidden and she's really clever. And she have here in the neighborhood one, also mighty demon, for help to her. There are more demons around incarnated. So this is work for sages, because when you will try to go when you will try to somehow, I don't want to say eliminate, but when you will try to somehow get their powers out from them, they will probably destroy you. From my 2 years of age, I was not one who I was, because he was about to have here a normal life. And he set this iteration 3,086 to be a real pain, to use everything which was created to be used. And I'm now talking about the weaponry. I'm not sure which is possible to say on YouTube, because if I say the things clearly, YouTube is deleting my videos and giving me bans. And I already get one for the one video where I was talking about this topic, and because I have stopped my chakras, I stopped seeing a future. So I'm not sure about what to do. I'm out of money already because all the money I spent to go around the world and contact the mightiest shamans and sages who were able to help with this situation. I was in Costa Rica to contact those people. When I told this thing to mightiest living shaman, and shamans, because it was her, and one is male, but one is in Colombia and was that time in Costa Rica, and one is from Colombia and was the time in Costa Rica at the invitation at the other one, which is the Costa Rica's shaman from the local tribe of Indians. And she was so scared what is about to happen, so scared that she moved from her house to disallow me in next contact, because when she saw what is about to happen, she tried to not believe in it. And because she knew that I will force her to believe in it and help me, she, better for her convenience of her life, moved on other place. So she ran. When I was in Coimbatore in India, there was the only person which was able to help me, and this is Sadhguru, as Jaggi Vassudev, because in a previous incarnation or happening, I was his grandma. Died about 113 and probably had 5 children or something like that. I don't remember exactly, and now I'm unable to look, but it's not important. So I was to him because I was sure that he will recognize me, of course. And Mahesha sent him into Kansas, USA to save soil, which is super duper thing, but it will be useless after nuke war. So I hope I didn't set a keyword for which this video will be again deleted. So I need desperately. No, I'm not desperate. In fact, one way, if I was in this state before, I don't care much. I know it sounds terribly, but if you are in that elevated state, you really don't care much, because when you are in the state of Mahadeva, everything what is about to happen and will happen, you don't care, no matter what it is. But when my chakras stopped, it was for one reason a good thing, that I started to be more care about what will happen. Because when you are with stopped chakras, you are more human back again. And when you are more human back again, You want humanity to survive more than when you are in the state of the sage. So, which I'm not now, because sage with not working chakras is not a sage. I wasn't here because I was going there 4 times. 4 times. First 3 times I was incredibly scared to jump into him, because when you jump into him, you see that you won't be able to return, because you will dissolve and become him. So it doesn't matter which character you had before, if you were good or bad, and it doesn't matter at all. It's you were how you were, and you will become him anyway. So on the character which you had, on your qualities which you have as a person, on your properties which you had as the soul, which you already don't have if you are a sage. If you are true sage, you don't have a soul. You have the Devi, but not your soul. You may have more Devis, but not your soul. And you will not be in the state that you will want to recall your soul back, reconnect it. You must be crazy to do that if you are already there. I don't say that it's the best thing to lose your soul, but it's the only way how you can get there, to get rid out of it, to drop it, which is of course against the religions of Christians. But when you go this way, you do that, you will find out what are these religion based on, how is it constructed, and why, and then you know that it was all nonsense. And you don't need to have bad feeling about that. The only thing is that when you know the truth, from one point of view, it made you free. From the other point of view, it's a thing which enslaves you in the way that you have a choice to have ultimate freedom and then don't care about anything. Just let it go, everything as it is. Because you anyway don't have a chance to do anything about that, because it was already planned like that. And even when you jump on Sahasraram, even when you don't jump, even when you go the way I was going for the 4th time, 3 times I was about to jump, but was too scared that I won't be able to return, which is probably true. I'm not sure about it 100%, but 99.99. I didn't try it, so I can't say for 100%. But I know that other sages before me, or yogis, better said, before me, because they were not consecrated. If they were consecrated, they became from yogis to sages. But they became first 100% yogis, so they couldn't have the chance to become yogis, because they go. But the thing is that because of that they go, they wasn't probably able to find a way how to go back. And the thing is why. Either they wasn't able, even if they want, or as they became him, the Mahadev, they didn't want to because he didn't want to, which is something which Divine Mother thinks also. Which I have here for my help. Because without chakras, I'm otherwise alone. So I had to call her. Call the help for myself to be able to consult those things, because there's no one else I can I can do those things with. And this is the real state of the meditation, that you are consulting with those entities in this state. Meditation doesn't mean that you see like idiot with closed eyes and letting the things go. No. A real state of this means that you are connected into the Satana Mata Parabrahma system. You talk to those entities which exists in this realm, and you are able, through the thoughts going from them into your brain, which is anyway perception, but it doesn't matter. There is more than one layer of perception. So I won't explain this because it's way complicated, and I don't want to use those terms for it because no one knows them. Sages many times use many technical or tantric terms. Tantra means technique, so technical terms means tantric terms, or tantric terms means technical terms. They are using those terms for explanation, which is like for someone who doesn't know these terms and is unable to understand what it is, what they are talking about. And they don't explain these terms because they know by themselves what it is, how it works, why it is so, why it's like so. So when I will be talking about Patalatal, Mahatal, and the other four levels, and using words like Prarabdha, not many people will understand. If I will be talking about 7 levels of the hell, everyone is able to make a fantasy about what is the hell. And on the first levels, everyone is able to imagine that there is really warm. But on the 7th level, not much people knows that it's the right opposite, really cold. It's fucking frozen. Minus 20, 207, 273.15 degrees of Celsius. There was almost absolute zero. It's demonic realm. It's not a hell, it's demonic realm. Because of that, it's the realm of Isha, and it's not an nirvana, but from that one it's probably unable to return. So I didn't jump. I wasn't so convinced that I'll be able to return, because even Vishnu didn't know if it's not set. Didn't know for sure if it's possible to find a way out from there back. And the thing is that you maybe are able, but you stopped wanting that when you get there. Which is the worst thing, that if you were unable, but you were able to look for the path. Because if you don't want something, you won't get it, because when you are set to not want it, you will not even try to get it. I was used the word prarabdha before that, which is an easy thing as the karma lock. The lock of the karmas from your lives. Karma is, that hope everything knows that, is the actions and reactions. Positive actions, negative actions are not positive and negative actions. There is only action, and this action have the action of a reversed energy or vibration. It's not get it from the point of good and bad, because the Mahadev doesn't have any point of view as good and bad. If you are unable to imagine how our God looks like, I will use analogy for easy explanation. If you imagine artificial intelligence of next generation, which will be able to create with only little pink in this intelligence, that she will be able from that pink start creating things and become aware of itself, and from the awareness of itself create a virtual world which will exist by the rules, and this intelligence will use those rules for maintain this world. That it's Mahadev. This way this world was created. He became aware of himself. No, I exist. From that is that arm, because it was his first unstruct sound. Unstruct because there was no perception of atomic field, perception of the matter, perception of quantum field, perception of quarks, perception of anything. There was no any perception. It was nothingness in which this consciousness of this nothingness became aware of itself. And that's the God. So the God is not good, the God is not bad, the God is not anything. The God is uncreated thing, which is not even a thing, because it's nothing. And it existed from always. It only wasn't aware of itself. It became aware of itself somehow by some signal, some pinging into something. But even the Mahadev doesn't know what it was, who it was. So he's not sure if there's someone else than him. He thinks that he's everywhere, only him by himself, because when he tries to allocate more resources, there are still resources. It looks there is infinite resources for the use. So as he's spreading, he still have enough resources. The way is that he doesn't know if those resources are virtual or those resources are real. It's same thing as if you have hypervisor, and on that hypervisor you are running virtual machines. Those virtual machines don't know about the physical possibilities of the hypervisor. They don't know. They just are able to use those resources which were given to them. But they don't know if they will ask for more resources, if it's possible dynamically add more of them, and they are unable to know how much. You may say them, but virtual computing like VMware, Hyper-V, Zen, or my best one, KVM, kernel virtual machine, which is really, I will jump from saving the world on something which is what I like, love, passionate about. I was passionate before the meditations about. That is virtualization, because I started before I will not say before how many years, because you wouldn't believe me. I was a really young boy when I was almost so young that it's the time when I met my girlfriend, and she became more than that, with 3 children and 29 years together. For today, yesterday we had anniversary, 29 years together, and few years after that came VMware version 09.0.9.1, and from that time I was using VMware. So this thing became incredibly complex and incredibly powerful, and so big that it's even unable to imagine what's possible with this hypervising platform. Hyper-V, no matter how is Microsoft trying to make it big same thing as the VMware is. No matter how they are trying, they are 1% point 0.5 compared to VMware, because there is one most important thing on the VMware, and that's the file system. How everything is stored and accessed. And of course, on Hyper-V, it's NTFS, New Technology File System. Like what? 20 years old technology? Maybe more? From Windows NT 3.5, it didn't change at all. Oh, yes, there is some little things, some little improvements. It's not 16 bytes, it's not 32 bytes, it's not not 64 bytes. It's better improved in the way as the hardware was developed. but the principle of usage is still the same as it was. And master file table is so big crap. But maybe I will be banned for this. Hope not, because it would be then really ridiculous, because this is 100% true. And if someone will see it as getting someone higher without a proof, as the proof is one thing. Try to get on the hypervisor from VMware. That bitch witch deleted my thought. She's blocking me even now. This is incredible. She's trying to get in my head if I'm really disabled. Now she did it. I felt it. I need to eliminate her somehow, but it must be from the realm of higher consciousness, not physically, because physically is not effective. Because if she will become out of the body, she may get back her strength as conscious more than she's now. Back to hypervisors. There is ransomware, which is crypto virus, which will destroy your data by encrypting them into unreadable form until you have the encryption key. So your data are still there, but they are not accessible for you because they are encrypted in a form that you are unable to read. The same way it works the analogy for the higher consciousness. You know that it's there, but you are unable to get there. You are unable to encrypt it via cache. If you have the right key and you know which way you have to turn it or how to use it, then you are able to get on the levels, which will be something not even mind-blowing, because you will find out that there's no mind, even though that there's only the consciousness. And when you get on this level, you will get somehow some kind of semi-freedom, which you didn't get before. The only thing how you can get this is that someone will give it to you, because you are unable to get it by yourself. It's like if the virtual machine will wants to allocate more resources by itself, but it wouldn't be allowed by hypervisor. This is my pillow, only for the lying of the hands. So you won't be able to allocate more resources if you are not allowed by the hypervisor. And you won't be able even to know that there's some hypervisor. You will see only the virtual world, which is this real one illusion of this physical world called Maya, which is not the base of this world. The base of this world is there. And from there you may see this whole creation from the other side, as if you were dead. But when you will become dead, you will become in the state like is the sleep. So you are not aware of your consciousness when you are sleeping. So when you are not aware that you still exist, because you are in the same state as in the sleep, because you are not aware, because there is no awareness. But when you became conscious, you will become able to be aware of yourself the whole time, even in the sleep, because technically you don't sleep then. I won't go into this, but it's a state as if you were sleeping awake. You are sleeping, you know that your body is sleeping, you see your body is sleeping, but you still are able to perceive everything which is happening around you, and you still see it, you still hear it. You don't feel it, but you see it and hear it. You are able to accept what's happening around you, and your brain is 100% sleeping. Why I'm talking about those virtual machines is because that's the nearest analogy which I can use for the explanation how this world works, because the advanced artificial technology which will came here and will be the based one can be used also. This from Google, which Sadhguru, yeah, he was called Sadhguru, that man. My visions are really poor without those chakras running. There was a project from Google, and there was a player of Go, which is Japanese game, really complex. And the artificial intelligence created by Google was able to beat him as the best player in the world. So he dropped his career, and the machine was able to beat him only because that machine was able to learn itself, not because some programmer programmed her, but that the programmer created only the base algorithms, how she have to work and how to learn, and she did the rest. She learned itself from the games, from running the games with itself, from seeing how other people are running the games. She lost few games with him, but then he started to lose the games with her, and they stopped this project officially. In fact, this project was officially stopped because the army was about to use it for themselves. I hope that AI recognizer of the speech won't be able to recognize this and ban me for this. Or to recognize the keyword ban. So you are unable to use any words in this when you want to talk, or you will have to use any language and say to people, now translate the word from this language they will not understand. Start using Sanskritam words. It will be too much. Start using Czech words. It's it's complicated with those automatic controls. like that, which tried to access my mind, my existence, of the perception of my mind and body. Because when the God creates from nothing, he have to create perception of something. He is unable to create something physically. He's only able to create perception of your own perceivement of yourself and the things around you. But it's everything on the level of consciousness. There is not any other level, because there can't be any other level when there is nothing. No one is able to create something from nothing. The analogy for explaining that is when the artificial intelligence will be aware of itself, she will create from nothing in the mind, in the memory field, in the neuron network, virtualized neuron network, which is still the memory field, like the normal memory banks in your computer, will create the illusion of the existence of the game Go. But you have physical existence of those stones, white, black, is unable to touch this board physically. She doesn't have hands, no eyes, no ears. She have a digital input, which is then manifested into a thoughts for her, like the digital seeing of the desk with those stones. And she's then able to perceive how the reality looks. And from that perceivement is able to calculate, make a thought, how to make up something from that situation and how to respond on that situation. The same way works this world. There is nothing, then a field. This field is on so subtle level that we are unable to see it. This subtle level exists as mathematical model of the physical world. And this model is represented in our mind. If some clever person, which I see now, will try to use this for getting rich from these informations, you may become rich from those informations. Again, internet drop. But you must use those money for a good purpose, which means not make a war, but the opposite. See, the plan in the Mahadev is to smash this world, blow it up with everything which exists, including nukes. So if someone of you will become Isha Maheswara, he will support this and try to make it. If Isha will infiltrate your mind, you will work for the destroying of the world, 100%. You will become little bright side of the destroyer, Shiva. You may, because he's the memory bank of the nothingness in which everything exists, but the character of him is created through the existence after he became aware of himself as Mahadev. But that he became himself aware as Mahadev doesn't mean that there is no other programs existing in the operating system, in that memory field, in that Mahadev, in that Akash, in that field, virtue field, because still exists everything in Shiva, in the nothingness, but the characters are manifested as the existence of entities which have impact back on the self as the Mahadev, same way as the programs in computer have the impact on what you see rendered as a physical form on your LCD. It doesn't mean that what you see on the LCD exists in the physical form. It only means that if it was able to exist in the physical form, your perception of it will be the same as you see it on the LCD. You don't need much high IQ to understand this. If you have 130, it should be enough to be able to imagine this. If you have 140 and more, you will be 100% able to imagine this. And with the deep level of understanding. But you need some knowledge and experience. This experience comes from the knowledge, and this experience brings you more knowledge. And through your IQ, your intellect is used. The higher your IQ is, and the more wisdom you have, the better is your intellect able to be used, but it's unable to use it for putting things together. It's impossible to use it to putting things together. For that thing, you need to use that wisdom. So the IQ and the intellect are two basic things to be able to see in the detail how things works, but to be able to get them back together and create a picture of what this means is is a thing which is based on the wisdom you were given, the knowledge you may gather, the intellect you may rise up, but the wisdom must be given by someone. It must be given by the God. If you don't have it, you won't get it. No, there's no way how to get wisdom as you are as a human. It's not possible. Human must be given of that wisdom to be able to understand those things. If the human is not given to that wisdom, he may get it only through some entity which already is so wise that is able to be in the state of the mind inside you, or to create the state of the mind inside you that will be able, from the dissected things and the knowledge you get around that, will be able to recreate the conception of what you want to perceive. I will try to say it more easy way. When you are not clever, you will have slow learning. But if you will be endure enough, you will anyway learn things. Someone learns slower, someone learns quicker, but everyone is able to learn. So it depends only what effort you get to it. If you have a lower IQ, you will have lower possibility of understanding the things. If you have the lower possibility of understanding the things, it doesn't mean you have a worse memory than someone who have higher possibility of understanding the things. Someone who can be, from the point of view of doctors and judges and all those who have gathered a big amount of information in their head, they will be stupid. But in fact, who is the stupid one? The smart people need only a little information to be able to work with it in a big way. For example, the judge is at the court, and no matter how many laws he gathers in his head, he still will be sitting at the court. He may become a better judge with bigger knowledge, or the worst judge with little knowledge. Anyway, still he is the judge, and if he makes a wrong decision, the lawyer may recall his decision at other court, where you may be more lucky and get the judge which is more knowledged and will know the laws better. But the judge, no matter how good he is, little or big, he will get still the same money, he will work still the same time, he may be the worst will work less time than the good one. because there is no difference in it. And what the judge said is always the truth until you recall his decision through the lawyer or through the law. So, and those judges have, if the judge is well knowledged and have a really big amount of knowledge in his head, because it's only the perception, he still is not clever. It doesn't mean he may be, but it doesn't mean that he is a clever human, because he must be able to understand that knowledge, to be able to get how those laws were meant. And because those laws are created from the most of the politics, by the politics, many of them doesn't even know what they created. They create some law, and by that the assistants create the sound of the law. The politic only reads it and think, it's good, it's not good, but many times he didn't even understand what he's reading. And when the politics hear it, they have to vote for it, if it yes or if it no, or so. So it depends how after the reading they are able to get the understanding of that read it law. But you must understand one thing: those laws are complex things, and there is not much politics which studies the law and tries to understand it before the reading at the parliament or Congress or some other group of people which will say, yes, it's good law, or no, this is bad law. No, they don't do that. They sit there, they get their money anyway. Because of that, they came here and they hear something, and I don't know what he's talking about, but I like it. Yes, I'm for it. Or he have bad clothing and looks like he didn't even shaved in the morning, so he must be talking about some nonsense. I'm against that. And that's the way the politics are deciding in many countries. Maybe India is a little different in that. And when now it's changed from 9 months to 5 years, you will see the big difference, how it will work when the politics will have 5 years compared to 9 months. And because we think that those will be the best from the accessible which was there, you will be surprised how good is it. And you maybe will even surprised how India will rise up and became much more technologically advanced country, because the technology is something which was invented by the God, but the way of it is how it's used. If it's used the way against yourself, then it's the bad implementation. But it doesn't mean that the technology is bad. The implementation of the technology is bad. It's the same as using tantric rituals. If you implement tantric ritual for healing dying child, you will see first what this child is capable of to achieve, and you see that it's a really good soul, you will probably make an effort to save this child. If there is vision of that he will become something like not a good person, let's say, don't name concretely, because some leaders of this world could sue you, then you will probably not save this child and let him die as it was planned, because you know that it was planned for the purpose of the goodness of the people. So same way. Or you will not use the tantra for making the dead corpses walk, because why? They are dead, they should stay dead. It's only the body. There is nothing, not any presence of any energies in that body, or there still must be presence of some type of low energies which are able to work on the cell level and be able to drag those bodies, because the Devi needs those energies to be able to drag this body and make him walk or look like alive, but it's only puppet. This body doesn't have any perception through the senses of what is doing. It's only the moving matter, a moving thing. It's not alive. It's still, when the dead walks, it's not walking alive. It's only walking matter. If you will get the robot and you will remotely control that robot, it's the same thing. The walking corpse is a remotely controlled entity, remotely controlled matter, but not through the remote control, but through the entity which makes this corpse to work, to walk. So it's definitely 100% possible thing. I tried it with my died mouse, but it was hamster, in fact, and not mouse, but I tried with many animals. It worked best with hamster. For 1 hour, he was totally 100% dead. And after that implementation of that entity, the hamster was running in the circle for next hour. Looked like normally healthy. Oh, not normal and not so much healthy, but still looked like hamster, because the expression in the face of the hamster is not much seeable as it's in the dead body of the dead human. And he worked, and my life was thinking, how it's possible he's back alive back again. And because she loved that hamster, she was happy that he's back alive, because she was crying that he died, and holding him for an hour, still crying. So I told her that I will make maximum effort to bring him back. Yeah, and she said that she wasn't able even to say him goodbye to hamster. Okay, it's a woman. So she have, and that doesn't mean that she's stupid. That means I didn't mean that, because you will think that from that how I say it. It means that she have another way of perceiving the reality, of perceiving the world around you. The man is unable to understand of the perception of woman. It's completely different, completely different. It's like if you want to compare your perception of the world and the duck's perception of the world. The duck perceives the world completely different way. I will not skip into explanation of that comparing but the duck sees through the conceptual mind of his master the world. The duck sees the world based on the conception of the mind and the qualities of the consciousness of the qualities implemented through the consciousness of his master. So the duck technically have the fingerprint of the consciousness of his master. So when the fingerprint is big, the duck is able to learn quickly and be able to perceive what his master wants, which looks like that is doing through his ears. But it comes into his mind technically, on a technical way, telepathically, which means in a tantric way. And this duck perceives that even without hearing that. But for the duck, it looks like if he heard that. So you will mate for the duck, and it means come back. The duck is 200 meters away from you. He's unable to hear you because his ears are pointed the other way. So it's impossible that he heard you. But the duck thinks that he heard the sound of that, and he knows that he had to came back. But he didn't hear the physical sound of that. He heard the fingerprint created through the tantric entity, which is connecting your consciousness, your conscious mind, to that duck's mind, which is normally not conscious, but through this entity it becomes conscious because it mirrors the thoughts from your consciousness, or because it mirrors the thoughts of your consciousness, better said. The best things are always free and in a bad quality. And not much people is able to understand. Only few will understand. And these few who will understand have to spread it in the world. And even if they are not on the level of perceivement, how is the one who is explaining, they still may become much richer, are able to make more wealth from those information than the one who was in the beginning explaining. It's nothing bad on that, made the money on that, if those money are used for a good thing. Which doesn't necessarily mean that you have to earn them through your effort and then give them to the poor people. It's nonsense. But if you earn them and you invest them in a clever way into the poor people, that those poor people will, through this investment, get the possibility to become usable for you, that it will bring you back more fortune, and still it makes and it makes another fortune for you, and same way it will help the community and the others to rise up. Then you did the best thing you was able to do. There is always importance of the existence of a good team. And if there is a good team, the things which can be achieved are always biggest. The better your team works, the better the results are. But it depends on stimulation, or see, the people works best when they know why they are doing those things. What is the purpose of these things? So if you have a goal which is in a way distant future, what you want to achieve, and you will say this to stuff which knowledge is limited, and this stuff won't be able to perceive correctly, won't be able to imagine, and won't be able to get why, even why. There is higher probability of that your team won't work best way. But it doesn't mean that you won't tell them what the goal is, but you will not tell them the goal of you, what you want to gather by coordinating those teams. You will tell them only the goal of the team, so the team knows what is doing and why, and you know that your teams, when they achieve their goals, which they know, it will become your goal. And then you may say to all the teams, and now look what you were together able to achieve. And this is it. And this way, the whole world works. Everyone has its own goal, like a destiny. And this destiny is the destiny of the whole existence of all races, all nations, everyone. If something's planned to happen and you don't want to let it happen, and you know what is about to happen, you have two possibilities how to change it. First is to get there by yourself and change it, which is really, even if you are able to achieve it, you won't probably finish it because you will find out that it was you who created it. I'm talking about yogi. And there is a second way how to change it, which is through the call of the God who is able to change it for you and the others, which is Vishnu, through Krishna, if you want some physical form of him, or Rama, if you like this form, or fish, or whatever you want, to murderer of your mother. If it fits for your needs, it doesn't matter through which form you will call him. The form is not important thing. The important thing is the character, the whole character of him. I say him because everyone knows him as him. So through him, you will achieve this also, because his impact on what is in Mahadeva running is the same as is the Mahadeva's own setting, own creation. Because through that setting, the creation is created. So it's the same point. So this God is able, you don't even, in the first place, in the first type, you need to become the God. But when you became the God, you will become him. So you will want the same thing as him. So if you don't like what he wanted, you must ask the other God, which you don't need to become, to ask him to change. What the first half of the God wanted to do. Takže tak. Takže tak, a ne jinak. Jo, 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 jo. Because if you will become the one who created something, it's, I will give you an example. You are Jews in World War II, and Adolf is about to kill you all, and you don't want it. So you think that if you will become the mind of him, you will tell him about to stop it. But in fact, when you get into his mind, and your mind will become his mind, so you will be able to move his body, talk through his mouth, see through his eyes, you will become his mind. You will be able to move his body? No. Your mind will see how his body is moving. Your mind will see how his mouth is talking. But your mind will think how his mind is thinking. So then you will become a Jew which is trying to kill himself. And he's happy from it. If Isha will set into Mahadeva that state that this world have to be created, it is. If he sets then that it has to be destroyed in a physical way of using every weapon which exists, including nukes, it will happen again. If you will try to stop him by getting inside of his mind, becoming him through the yogi, through the yogic, I should not explain this because then you will try it. Just don't. There's always someone getting his nose here into here. I'm then unable to work correctly and normally. Stop doing that. Don't put your nose into his existence. You need to become the second God, and it's thing which is little complicated, but still partially possible through some entities, but you won't get the same opposite results. it's better to call Krishna or some other fitting entity and ask this entity for changing it. It still is not an effortless thing, but it doesn't involve your own life to be thrown away. It's not because when you became a Mahadeva, you will exist for eternity. Your body and the mind, which sees the thoughts of him, won't. He is not your mind. He is not your body. He is the thought through his consciousness, which through your mind, through the mind of your body drives your body. Consciousness creates the thought. The thought is perceived through the receptors of your mind, of your brain, through the cells of your brain. It's interpreted in your brain as the electrochemical signals through the neurites, because the neurons which accepts it creates the signal for the others through the chemical reaction. You need the copper for it. Many people have not enough copper for to be able to make those signals. It's only perception of it, but it's manifested in physical form of that you need a copper. Enough is when you have a cup for drinking from copper, or you have something on your hand from copper. It's way enough, because if you made it more than enough, it will be, you may get Wilson's disease, because in your eyes then you will see the golden rings, and you will be unable to work correctly also, because your neurites will be in a short through the everything must be balanced. The balance is the base of all existence. It works same way in a physics. It works same way in the body, because the body is the physics. Mahadeva is said to enjoy what he's doing, no matter what it is. But when you jump there, you will see what he's doing for the rest of eternity, which means after 156 trillion years, when this Brahmananda cluster will stop exists, for node cluster will stop exists, in Hindu sense, for head cluster, sorry. You will still be there. There will be another one with another creation, which will create another creations. Many universes like this, like was this one. So this one universe is the part of the multiverse. And you won't be able to get from it, never ever, because your consciousness will already merge into infinite, ever existing, never ending consciousness, which by itself doesn't even know who created him, how he became here. And the point from which it exists is based only on the created perception of the time. And if there wasn't created the perception of the time, that consciousness wouldn't be even able to say how long is here. How long, which doesn't mean how long is here, because he was here from always. It means that he's unable to hear, unable to say. Trust life. Life is Adishakti. Adishakti knows. Adishakti, 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 Namo Namo, Cerebr Shakti, Cerebr Shakti, Cerebr Shakti, Namo Namo, Pritam Bhagwati, Pritam Bhagwati, Pritam Bhagwati, Namo Namo, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Namo Namo. Namo Namo Adishakti 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 Namo Namo Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Namo Namo, Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Namo Namo, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Namo Namo. Namo Namo Om Adi Shakti Adi Shakti Adi Shakti Namo Namo Cerebra Shakti Cerebra Shakti Cerebra Shakti Namo Namo Pritam Bhagavati Pritam Bhagavati Pritam Bhagavati Namo Namo Kundalini Mata Shakti, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Namo Namo, Namo Namo, Madi Shakti, Adi Shakti, Adi Shakti, Namo Namo, Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Namo Namo. Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Namo Namo. Kundalini Mata Shakti, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Namo Namo. Namo Namo, Adi Shakti, Adi Shakti, Adi Shakti, Namo Namo. Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Cerebra Shakti, Namo Namo. Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Pritam Bhagavati, Namo Namo. Kundalini Mata Shakti, Kundalini Mata Shakti, Namo Namo. Namo Namo. Lam vam ram yam ham kalike mam yam ram vam lam lam vam ram
कलिके परमेश्वरी सर्वानन्दकरे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते। lam vam ram yam kalike yam ram lam lam ram yam Manobuddhankarachittani naham na cha shrutrajihve na cha grarna nitre na cha vyoma bhumer na tejo na vayu chidarandarupa Shivam Shivam Chidarandarupa Shivam Shivam Chidarandarupa Shivam, Shivam. Na chatra, na sangyo, na vaipanchavayu, na vasaptadatur, na vakpanchakoshak, na vakpanipadam, na chopastipayu, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam. Name dvesharago, name lobamohau, name vai madonai vamatsarya bhava, na dharmo, na chartro, na kamo, na mosha chidaram darupa. Shivam, Shivam, chidaram darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram darupa, Shivam, Shivam. Na punya, mana papam, na saukya, mana dukam, na mantro, na tirtam, na veda, na yenyam, bonjananneva bojam, na boka chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam. Na mertyu, na shanka, na mecha, tibeda, pitaneva, meneva, mata, na janma, na bandur, na mitram, gururneva, shishya, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam, chidaram, darupa, Shivam, Shivam. Amnil vikalpa nirakara rupa bhutva cha sarvatra sarvendriyanam na cha samgatanneva muktirna meya chidaram darupa Shivam, Shivam, chidaram darupa Shivam, Shivam, chidaram darupa Shivam, Shivam. Yoga, Yoga, Yogeshwaraya. Bhuta, Bhuta, Bhuteshwaraya. Kale, Kale, Kaleshwaraya. Shiva, Shiva, Sarveshwaraya. Shamba, Shamba, Mahadevaya. Yoga, Yoga, Yogeshwaraya. Bhuta, Bhuta, Bhuteshwaraya. Kale, Kale, Kaleshwaraya. Shiva, Shiva, Sarveshwaraya. Shamba, Shamba, Mahadevaya. Yoga, Yoga, Yogeshwaraya. Bhuta, Bhuta, Bhuteshwaraya. Kale, Kale, Kaleshwaraya. Shiva, Shiva, Sarveshwaraya. Shamba, Shamba, Mahadevaya. Bhuteshwaraya Bhuta Bhuta Bhuteshwaraya Kale Kale Kaleshwaraya Shiva Shiva Sarveshwaraya Shambha Shambha Mahadevaya Manobhurankara Chittaninam na cha Shrotra Jihve na cha Grarna Nitre na cha Vyoma Bhumir na Tejo na Vayu Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Na cha prana sangyo na vai pancha vayu na va sapta datur na vak pancha koshak na vak panipadam na chopasti payu chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham Na me dvesharago na me lobamo na me vai madoneva matsarya bhava na dharmo na chartro na kamo na mosha chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham Na punyam na papam na saukyam na dukam na mantro na tirtam na veda na yanyam banjananneva bhojam na boka chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham Na mertyu na shanka na me jati beda pita naiva me naiva mata na janma na bandur na mitram gurur naiva shishya chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham Amnil vikalpa nirakara rupa ibhutva cha sarvatra sarvendriyanam na cha sangatanneva muktirna meya chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvacha Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalayatano Hariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanuhari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnum Mangalam Garudanvaja Mangalam Pundarikaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Manoburankara chittarinaham na cha shrotra jihve na cha grarna nitre na cha vyoma bhumir na tejo na vayu chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham na cha prana sangyo na vai pancha vayu na vasapta datur na vak pancha kosha Navakpani param nachopasti payu chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham name dvesharago name lobamohau name vaimadunaiva matsarya bhava Nadarmo nachartro nakamo namusha chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chiraram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chiraram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Na Punyam Na Papam Na Saukyam Na Dukam Na Mantro Na Tirtam Na Veda Na Yanya Naham Bunjanam Naiva Bhojam Na Boka Chiraram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chiraram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chiraram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham na punyam na pap na mertyu na shanka na mechati veda pita naiva me naiva mata na janma bandhur na mitram gurur naiva shishya chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham Amnilvikalpo nirakara rupo ibutva cha sarvatra sarvendriyanam na cha samgatanneva muktirna meya chiraram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chiraram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chiraram darupa Shivoham Shivoham I need to get into the analinga quickly, but I'm out of money now. This is a big problem. And the second thing is that my PCR test will be, even when I have certificate for negativity for 180 days. India wants negative PCR test, but my tests will be positive, 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 no matter what I will do. Because that which will make it happen like that. It will look like that I have COVID all the time. So the second thing is that I need approval for that certificate. This time it is said that it will fuck up no matter what. There will be nuclear war. No matter what. No matter what I will do, there will be that war. Because that which stopped Jana Kudrnáčová from Česká Skalica, which is doing massages, tantric massages. I didn't know that she's a witch. I had perfectly running chakras. It was awesome. So awesome that I was able to make her shrine a healing place, that people only came there and buy the presents there, that they will heal. But she didn't want it. I was suspicious
why someone doesn't want this, because it may bring him money, and a lot of money, and fame, a lot of fame. But she didn't want it. I have it recorded, even though, because as I was suspicious, I started my recorder, so I recorded everything what she said. I didn't even to go there, but because my intuition told me to not go there, I was about to cancel it. But she somehow made that I forget to cancel it, and then started to think that it's everything all right, that I can go there, that I'm fine if I go there. Anyway, I had only in my head that I should only to take the cards from her, that she will tell me. She will tell me the future if I'm not wrong, if my visions are correct, to confirm it. And yes, she confirmed it. But my card of the future was that I'm thinking that I'm the king of the hero, that I already won, which I was in that state, that I already won. And if I, in that moment, went out from there, I still remained that winner. But because I let myself get into her hands, then, even though my intuition told me before that I shouldn't, I did. I idiot did. But I'm not an idiot. Okay, thank you. It wasn't my fault. It's what percent. And I was feeling that she's doing something wrong. But she did it the way that she convinced me that it's okay. And I even after that felt better that it will work. But she didn't let me even the time to synchronize my chakras. So after I went out from there, they destabilized because every had another speed and totally jammed. by that happened what was in those cards. So before that I was in the state that I was able to making changes into Mahadeva. If those Brahmanis in the Analinga helped me, I was also able to make the changes in the Mahadeva. I was, if they didn't push me when I was going in the elevated state of mind, they were probably thinking that I will leave my body and die there. So they were pushing on me by finger to stop me from the high meditative state. If they left me in that, I was able to achieve the state that I was able to change the setting that this world have to be destroyed by nukes. I was able to, but they disallowed me. And in that time, that witch was already, she was already after me. And she was so strong that she was even able to enchant Brahmanis and sent Sadhguru from the ashram into Kansas, USA with his safe soil. Which was her idea, though I was thinking that she's Maheshwara Putra. She's not a witch. She's an incarnation of demon. Something between Satan and demon. A really strong, dark witch. Some people use only chakras for yogic power, which I was using previously. Some people which are unable to start their chakra are using Devi's power, which I've been using as a tantric afterwards, after that, which blocked my chakras, which I'm unable even through inner engineering run again because she put inside of me some alien, something which is blocking me from inside and I'm unable to get rid out of it. If USA think that they will be aside, The only yogi who ever helped me was Dhyanalinga, because he sits there as he is and don't ask anyone for permission, don't need to be begged for his mercy, don't want anything from anyone. He only gives. He only gives what he was able to give when he was alive. The living gurus, there wasn't any real one, only fake gurus. Living sages, there also wasn't present anyone, only those Brahma fucks, which were under the control of that witch. It wasn't Maheshwara Putra. Maybe she's Lalita, embodied Lalita, embodied Lilith, the wife of demon, the mightiest demon, like a really Kali. What? Kalike, are you here? She, that witch is really. Are you kidding me? She stopped me from stopping Third World War with nuclear weapons because she wants to please her master. This yes was really strong. that it's her who's controlling those people from, how to say it, do not say a keyword. The people which are talking about self as something which wasn't here before and it's a brand new thing, and they have it in their name, but in fact they are not so new, they are here for really long times. From the societies, like, do not say a keyword. Yeah, la la la, me ma me no 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 ma ti da di. And this society controls the mankind for a really long time. They are demons. Huh. They are normal people possessed by demons. They don't control their mind. Better said, they control their mind through the demon which possessed them. Their mind is not there. There's a human's mind, because the human's mind is controlled by the soul. When you lost your soul, you lost your human control of the mind. When you have your human control of the mind, what is preset, it is something you will do. When you have a demon control of the mind, what is preset for the demon you will do. When you have satanic control of the mind, what is preset, you will do what the Satans are preset to do. Only when you have a strong intuition, you are connected as a yogi, you have a partially free will. It doesn't mean that what is planned doesn't happen, but you are able to predict what will happen. And I was possibly able to if I was successful in the Dhyanalinga, if those Brahmanis didn't disallow me to get into my full state, I wasn't about to leave my body and jump. But they didn't listen. I was trying to explain them, but they were possessed by Lalita, by Lilith. But I didn't know that it's her, because now when I realize it, the main embodiment of her is Yana. So she is famous and will be much more after the Nuke War, if it will really happen, because I won't be able to stop it, because she stopped my chakras and I'm unable to do things which leads against that. Yeah.
Mangalaya Maya Vishwa Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tanariya. I was still curious why my voice is unhealable. Why this is still there after anything used on it. And it was
even before the influence of that witch. And now, when I have my chakras stopped, this is worst. My voice is worst, which is her trying to disallow me to do something with that situation. I feel my kidneys, which was ill before from chronic glomerulonephritis. With running chakras, I didn't feel any pain. Now I feel them back. My knees, which didn't hurt in any way before. With stopped chakras, I felt really bad.
Mangalaya Maya Vishva Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalaya Maya Vishwa Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalaya Maya Vishwa Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalaya Maya Vishwa Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tanohariya Mangalaya Maya Vishva Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tano Ariya Mangalaya Maya Vishva Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tano Ariya Mangalaya Maya Vishva Mohyni Mangalaya Garuda Vaja Mangalaya Pundari Kaksha Mangalaya Tano Ariya Manobodhyankara chittani naham na cha shrotra jihve na cha grarna nitre na cha vyoma bhumirna tejo na vayu chidaram darupa shivam shivam chidaram darupa shivam shivam chidaram darupa shivam shivam na cha prana sangyo na vai pancha vayu na va saptadatur na va pancha gosha na cha pra... Ne, ty vole, to si děláš prdel. Manobodhyankara chittani naham na cha shrotra jihve na cha grarna nitre na cha vyoma bhumirna tejo na vayu chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa shivoham shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham na cha prana sangyo na vai pancha vayu na va saptadatur na vak pancha koshak na vak panipadam na chopasti payu chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham Name Dvesharago, Name Lobamoho, Name Vaimaduneva Matsarya Bhava, Nadarmo, Nachartro, Nakamo, Namosha Chidaram Darupa, Shivoham, Shivoham, Chidaram Darupa, Shivoham, Shivoham, Chidaram Darupa, Shivoham, Shivoham, na punyam, na papam, na saukyam, na dukam, na mantro, na tirtam, na veda, na yenya, ambonjanam, neva bojam, na boka, chidaram, darupa, shivoham, shivoham, chidaram, darupa, shivoham, shivoham, chidaram, darupa, shivoham, shivoham, na mertyu na shanka na mecha tibeda pitta neva meneva mata na janma na bandur na mitram gurur neva shishya chidaram darupa shivam shivam chidaram darupa shivam shivam chidaram darupa Shivoham Shivoham Nam Nilvikalpa Nirakara Rupa Vibhutva Cha Sarvartra Sarvendriyaram Nacha Samgataneva Muktir Nameya Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidaram Darupa Shivoham Shivoham. You will put this alien out of me. Devadanavu Sechtaga Pujita Parmeshwari Pararurupa Puruma Partantram Vinashini Devadanavu Sechtaga Pujita Parmeshwari Pararurupa Puruma Partantram Vinashini Devadanavu Sechtaga Pujita Parmeshwari Pararurupa Puruma Partam Tram Vinashini Devadanavu Sechtaga Pujita Parmeshwari Pararurupa Puruma Partam Tram Vinashini Devadanavu Sechtaga Pujita Parmeshwari Pararurupa Puruma Partantram 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 Vinashini
What's that crap that even Parmeshwari, which is the word of Mahesha, is unable to get this alien out of me? This is some complot. It's impossible. She's trying, it is unable. What? Like what? Parmeshwari? What? If this doesn't work, what will?
Nakachanana Padmarkam, Kachanana Makarnisham, Manekarantam Bhaktata, Ekarantam Upasmahe, Moshikavala Mudakasta, Shamalakarna Vilambita Sutra, Vamanarupa Maheshwara Putra, Viknaviladya Kapadamanaste Om. Kachanam nampo takanadi sevitam, kapeka jampo palasara pakshitam, vumasudam shoka vinashakaranam, namami Vikneshwara pada pankajam. Funny. Nakachanana padmarkam, kachanana makarnisham, manekarantam bhaktata, ekadantam vupasmahe, kachananam potakanadi sevitam, kapeka jampo palasara pakshitam, vumasudam shoka vinashakaranam, namami Vikneshwara pada pankajam. Moshikavala Modakasta, Shamalakarna Vilambita Sutra, Vamanarupa Maheshwara Putra, Viknavilarya Kapadamanaste Om. Akachanana Padmarkam, Kachanana Makarnisham, Anekanantam Bhaktata, Ekadantam Vupasmahe, Kachananam Potakanadi Sevitam, Kapeka Jampo Palasara Pakshitam, Vomasudam Shoka Vinashakaranam, Namami Vikneshwara Pada Pankajam. Moshikavala Modakasta, Shamalakarna Vilambita Sutra, Vamanarupa Maheshwara Putra, Viknaviladya Kapadamanaste Om. From someone it must came. Nakachanana Padmarkam, Kachanana Makarnisham, Manekarantam Bhaktata, Ekarantam Vupasmahe, Kachananam Potakanadi Sevitam, Kapeka Jampo Palasara Pakshitam, Mumasudam Shoka Vinashakaranam, Namami Vikneshwara Pada Pankajam. Moshikavala Modakasta, Shamalakarna Vilambita Sutra, Vamanarupa Maheshwara Putra, Viknaviladya Kapadamanaste Om. How is possible that one little witch is so strong? For all those devis? This is nonsense! Who is her really? It's really Lilith? Kali. She's really Vambalalita Devi. What? Lalita Devi is not Lilith? It is?
What? Mi normálně odpovědět. Je nebo není? Je? Do frkunda dele drát. Ty vole, to ne! Ach jo, proč? Out of India. Two ordinary people. And we have here this fight situation. It's part of you. So you won't fight against her? Kelly, will you fight against her? Kurva Kali! Přestaň mě srát do prdele. Fine. There's one of you which can which is able to get down someone. Is that like? Which is Chamunde. She will be able to fight with her. Will or not? It won't be easy for her. I know that I want something which is really inconvenient. But I won't be able to get into the state if she will systematically stopping me. My energies are going up and she sucks them. I will get it up again and she sucks it again. So I won't be able to get myself on a certain level of energies if she will do the same thing or in the circle. It wasn't needed to say aloud. Who cares? Anyway, no one will watch this in the future. They will have fun. At least Hindus. The others may think that I'm crazy. Crazy schizophrenia. Yeah. Crazy schizophrenia. At least we know where we will move. Anyway. It was nice there. Looked like a land of walking there. It was only a joke. I will call Kalbairav if you won't go after her. Will you go after her? So I don't have to.
Gore Rupe Gore, Tumi Chamunde, Shakti Dema Shakti, Devi Kalike, Gore Rupe Gore, Tumi Chamunde, Shakti Dema Shakti, Devi Kalike, Aum Krim Shrim Klim Adya Kalika, Paranim Shvaretsvaha. Aum Krim Shrim Klim Adya Kalika Paranem Shvaretsvaha. Aum Krim Shrim Klim Adya Kalika Paranem Shvaretsvaha. Aum Krim Shrim Klim Adya Kalika Paranem Shvaretsvaha. Gore Rupe Gore, Tumi Chamunde, Shakti Dema Shakti, Devi Kalike. Gore Rupe Gore, Tumi Chamunde, Shakti Dema Shakti, Devi Kalike.
That was terrible. Ah. But try to be a little nice, okay? No, mate, you know what I mean. I will not call you. This is half. Fight with fire to fire. It's that won't work. This won't work. Parmeshwari doesn't work. Parmeshwari, I know why it's not working, even for me. It's the same source. When it comes from same source, even when it's next manifestation, next copy, she's preserving the script. So this won't work. Fine. Shiva doesn't work because chakras are blocked. Chamunda won't fight her because she's too strong. Parmeshwari won't work because comes from the same source as Lilith. I won't call Rakini, so forget it. It must be insane. Oh no, definitely not. Definitely not. I will better die with the 6 billion people. It was joke. It was joke in an inappropriate time. Like really. We are talking about the death of 6 billion people, and you are joking with me like that to call this monster? Kali, you are really crazy. She's insane. I knew that. I knew that she's insane. Why I'm filming this? Yeah, they will really have fun. When next year will start dying people from unexplainable reasons, which I explained in those deleted videos, and can't repeat them because they will delete this video also. If I will, people maybe will be a little curious what the hell is happening. And it's happening the level of hell, which is called Mahatal, for your information. Just only for your information. It's not Patal or Atal or any other higher nice levels. This planet will freeze. It's called nuke winter. And it will freeze because of who? Because that witch who stopped my chakras, so I'm unable to do anything about that. Will freeze off thanks to whom? Thanks to Brahmanis, which before that pushed into me and denied to speak with them and didn't allow me to become conscious in Dhyanalinga because they were scared that I will leave my body. So they had to push on me. Idiot fucking monkeys. And they didn't allow me to chant their Nirvana Shatakam in Dhyanalinga. If I was able to, I could be already back. And with that qualities of this body, thanks to the character of the Devis which I embodied, we were able to change what Isha created. It was really Isha. It was Isha Maheswara. Because of that, there is that his wife in this witch. Because of that, those Brahmanis was against that. Because of that, you sent Sage Guru out. Because otherwise he will be able to find out who I am and help me. Because over him you don't have the powers like our the Brahmanis. Nope. 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 This is really... Huh. Now I at least know why his center is called Isha. Why it's not Shiva center? It could be much more famous. Oh, it's Isha center. Instead of the bright side of him, it's the dark side of him. Oh, those Brahmanis were suspicious. They act really strange when you pushed on them with the questions of higher knowledge. They switch themselves in silent mode like mobile phone to push me away. They give the earphones in the ears to not hear me. They promised to call me back when I gave them my number. They didn't. They promised to give to Sage Guru my messages, which I gave them, which they get into the pockets of their clothing, but they didn't get the messages to Sage Guru. They didn't. Not either one. I write them 6. To everyone which I met, I pushed one. Everyone was little different, but about the same thing. I explained them. None of them told me something appropriate to it, like if I was talking about something totally different, which means that they were under the control of this force, as this witch is. And the question is, if that witch called the force and now is controlling everyone from there, hidden as an ordinary human. I'm affected blonde. I don't know anything. Look at my little ducks. That sneaky little witch. They are every time hidden somewhere. They are all the time hidden somewhere. Church is a big disappointment. They didn't burn them properly. They only burned their bodies, but they didn't make the ritual properly. But those are so strong that non-clerk is able to make anything with them. Even thousands of them is unable to stop this force. This will really need someone who's better protector. This will really need Vishnu.
Shuklam Varadaram Vishnum Shashivaranam Chaturbhujam Prasannavaranam Dhyayet Sarva Vigno Pashantaye Shankantaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishvadharam Gaganasadrasham Menubadnam Sugadnam Lakshmikantam Kamalanayanam Yogibirdyanagamyam Vande Vishnum Bhavabhayaharam Sarvalokekanatam Vande Vishnum Bhavabhayaharam Sarvalokekanatam.
Blbě. Not exactly. Chakras not working, sorry. I will have to use more conventional approach. We'll try it again and we'll see.
Oshadim Chintait Vishnum Bhajani Cha Janardanam Kanani Pavasingam Cha Pavaki Jalashayinam Jalamadhyana Var. Kurva, co to je? Vahamcha Parvatiradunandanam Gamami Vamano Chaiva Sarvakareshu Madhavam Shuta Shaitani Namani Pratarutraya Ye Pate Sarva Papa Vinirmukto Vishnum Loki Mahiyate. Sarva Papa Vinirmukto Vishnu Loki Mahiyate. Sarva Papa Vinirmukto Vishnu Loki Mahiyate. There is missing a part of it. I don't see the rest of the mantra. It's not whole. I need a miracle. But I don't have a river here. I will have to go out. It's still warm enough. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam gacchami. Buddham sharanam gacchami, dhammam sharanam gacchami, sangham sharanam gacchami. Buddham sharanam gacchami, dhammam sharanam gacchami, sangham sharanam gacchami. Buddham sharanam gacchami, dhammam sharanam gacchami, sangham sharanam gacchami.
It looks like when you know that it works, you maybe don't need water. You maybe don't need to make a dip. But 14 hours, nice weather. This could work perfectly. Oh, this is really incredible mantra. Yep.
When I'm losing, I'm continue. When I'm losing more, I'm continue more. When I'm losing everything, I'm still alive to continue. I will maybe continue even after that. Yeah.
But don't think about monkeys.
What?
Why there are no one? You bitch. No. Why are you remembering me this funny thing? Finally found one. I won't film meditating in a river. So I'm confident that I will really beat her.